Second, guys. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, salad sandwich. 1 sec. Good morning, guys. Jimmy going up and liquidity getting drier. Is this a rare combination? The market moving up could be providing enough pressure. We're moving into the ETF FTD period starting today through the hold on, through the 9th. So it should be more, until the ETF FTDs are resolved, it should be more sensitive to price action, especially the ETFs, which are more affected by the indexes, the broader indexes. Yeah, I know I sound terrible. Are we going to see some profit taking here on SPX? We might. Let's see, where are we at? We're at about 43, 47. Yeah, we could. We're kind of at the top of the call interest right now. So if there's any profit taking, we'll fall to the downside. We still have more data coming up. We have composite and services PMI, and then ISM services. So all those services, S&P and ISM services PMI. We have another Fed speaker at 10 a.m. and then again at 3:30. I mean, I have positions to manage, so I'm going to be here one way or another. Get David Attenborough to cover for you today. That sounds like a pain in the ass. Oh, sorry, guys. So that posted, that chart I just posted, and get yourself some ginger tea with lemon and honey. Good for the throat. Thanks, man. I'll get on it. I have some cough drops somewhere. They don't really help, though. Are you considering a higher strike on Tesla since it went up in the pre-market? Yeah, that's usually how that works, yeah. Let's see. Let's see if there's another entry opportunity. Thank you, Nuke. May not get one, but if S&P has some call side capitulation at open, I might pull Tesla back. Is this from yelling at that woman the other night, or are you sick? I don't have any other sick symptoms. Yeah, I don't have any. I don't have any other sick symptoms. It's just intense hoarseness. Thanks, man. I will. I mean, I feel fine. I'm not like, I don't feel sick. Bought a strangle on Tesla this morning. Should ensure nice sideways action today. By bullish, do you mean bullish for equities short term or actually bullish? In regards to what? Oh, fucking A, not Tony Stark. Well done. Good luck, man. See what happened to Fubo? No. I know they beat, right? Ooh. That doesn't look so bad. It's okay. 3K profits from my puts. I'm just watching this bullshit unfold. Nice, man. Smart. Is it time for massive puts? I don't think it is yet. I think we can still move much higher. Do you anticipate any kind of pullback to exit bear positions? Not currently, no. And if we close above 43.50 into tonight, we're going to go up even harder next week. Oh, thanks for letting me know, Thunder. I typically lose all my money on a Friday and over the weekend, periodically throughout the day. Can you say whatever you're thinking about doing, don't do it? All right. Well, what were you thinking about doing, Brett? I think it's more likely to reject off the longer term trend up here around 43.50 than to break right through it. It already did. I've accidentally hedged my position perfectly, and my P&L is barely shifting in spite of the price action. I should probably buy another call. Probably. I mean, if you think it's going to continue up, while hedging off your position perfectly is great, missing out on the insane upside move is silly. I actually feel bad for you. What is this feeling? Empathy. Something you wish I had. Any idea why AMKBY had a big dump this morning? No. No, I don't really pay attention to it. I rarely play Tesla when it's a pickles pick. I did it today. Stop set for guaranteed profit already. Cheers. Nice, Daniel Mack. You know my win rate on Tesla is extraordinarily high. Just tooting my own horn, but it is. Ask anybody who captured the post earnings puts. No, it's not, Carl. You don't have to. You don't have to bullshit anybody. And I hate you again. There it is. Yes, that's why I want more Tesla picks. Well, it's not always in a position where it's worth playing. What's Siri doing today? Interesting. It's kind of moving pretty hard too. I'm really trying to keep Fubo from breaking out. Any updated range on Tesla based on the range so far? I mean, 27, if it breaks 27, 35. The range on Tesla today is going to be largely dependent on how many like at the money calls keep getting bought as it moves up. But it should be squeezing out all of the short calls from 20 to 30. So I think at least that should be most of the range, and then anything above that will be dependent on zero DTE call buying. Market's been gapping up pretty big the past few days. Do you expect this to last? Like I said earlier, if we close above 4350 today, then yes. If we close below 4350 today, we'd have to close quite a bit below. Then there's some possibility that this starts to stabilize in this range. But we're not there yet. So let's see. S&P Global Composite missed. Global Services also missed, but are both higher month over month. We have ISM in 9 minutes. Why has Upstart been ripping so much? It's illiquid and everything in its ETFs is ripping. F is Ford? Oh shit. I mean, it's not MOASsing, but it's a big move. Good news about the strike, I assume. Were they selling a lot of puts or not really? I mean, they sold a lot already this morning. I think what's more in question, more of a question is, are they buying more out of the money calls? Because that's where they need the liquidity, and yeah, they are a bit. We're seeing increased call interest at 60, 65, 70. Yeah, it looks like there's some put selling. Not as much as the call buying, but it's there. Yep. Fucking yields are getting destroyed right now. ETFs rip from algos. Prices are all fake. Mostly. Bumper calls before boarding. I'm hoping to get off the plane above 4,400. That's pretty ambitious. Although we can hit like 43, 75 today, maybe. No, most of the interest up at 4400 is longer dated. We have a little bit coming in for today, but it's not quite as crowded, and the range from like 75 to 4400 isn't particularly great. So that liquidity will probably need to fill in. I'm thinking that happens into Monday if we close up here. I need to rebuy my November 17 $15 covered calls. I'm thinking not, but I'm unsure. Is XRT still on Reg Show as of last night? Then at least for now, yeah, it is. At least for now, Jimmy's probably not going to rip. Like, we're not going to see a lot of covering, but if the market keeps pressuring up, it will drag GME up because GME is a liquid. So it's going to pressure, IJH and IJJ and XRT, and that's going to make it harder for them to get short liquidity, and that's going to force some covering, not all the covering, but some. I think delta neutral's at 14, so I'd be wary of that. We are above it. You checked 0DTE changes on Tesla when you get a second? No. What do you want? Just look at the fucking volume. Click Tesla and go like this. Go up to the calls. Let's see how much volume there is. See how there's like a lot of volume at 75 and 30, but not a lot of volume at like 35, 37.50, or 40, right? Kind of dwindles off. So right now, it probably could move to 230. If the volume keeps picking up out of the money, it could move higher. People aren't going to be selling a lot of calls into like a 3% rip. Absolutely printed on Upstart 1 and 0DT's last 2 days. Nice, B Vance. Congratulations, man. I appreciate it, dude. That's awesome, man. Is IWM going to squeeze? Not often that the ETF outperforms the index. I know small caps are over shorted right now, so maybe a bit, yeah. I think we broke DN on SPX. Yeah, we're above DN on SPX. The next neutral point is gamma neutral. It's at 43.88. Thanks for being here today, sir. I feel better. VWAP is queen, hedge is king. I'm really glad to hear a lot of people hedge this off and are able to make some money on the upside. It's good. People are doing a lot better on the bounces. ISMs are down. Thank you. Oh, whoa. That's a services and services employment's a big miss. Business activities down. New orders are up, but prices are up too. And they were projected down. ISM services prices going up isn't good. That's bad for inflation. Here we get Bank of Japan minutes Sunday night. End of pump? We'll see. Probably not. I would say that we probably test gamma neutral, or the pump ends when we break above gamma neutral. Well, doesn't end, but slows down. Oh. Believe it or not, this move up like this, the rate at which it's occurring, it's important that that happens, right? If at any point we had flatlined or stalled, momentum could have been shifted back to the downside, right? So it's kind of important that we pump all the way through gamma neutral, kind of all in one go, right? And then liquidity to the downside is provided by the market maker. Why would I look at that, Johnny? Papa Ghork, I was a ball hair away from blowing my port, but with your guidance, I'm here to stay. I hope you get feeling better. Tesla 250 next week. Nice, man. No, you were asking me Tesla 250 next? I thought that was a statement. I don't know if Tesla's going to make it up to 250. Maybe, but probably not. All of that zero DTE call interest from today is going to fall off. That'll probably drag down on Tesla a little bit into Monday morning. Then we'll probably see some call selling at that point. So I would say most of the range that Tesla's going to realize, it'll probably realize it today. And then we'll see how options look going into next week, but I'm really only playing today. Am I wrong to be sussing big on the pump this week? I don't know. There's nothing to suss about. Yellen came in with weaker projections. Powell said a bunch of dovish shit. So shorts are getting squeezed out, right? The level is gamma neutral. 343.88. Nice, Thunder. Well done, man. Are we in a recession now, or one more unemployment up? I think we need more than one unemployment up. Remember, that's a trailing 12. The SOM rule is like trailing 12 months. So we would need to hit 4.4 by April. 4.4% unemployment by April. A little bit of profit taking here on the call side. Still plenty of call interest from like 43.60 up through 75. We're at about 55 right now, which is kind of the rut. That's where price is most likely to get hung up in this range. 43.50 is quite strong. I have friends who don't believe yields can spike again, that everything is fixed because of this pump. I try to tell them otherwise, but they think I'm crazy. They get used to it. Or you won't. How's Fubo's liquidity looking today? It's looking like they need to cover a bunch and they really don't want to. But the tips are contracting pretty quickly, despite the downside move at market open. So could be fun. They beat. They actually beat on revenues by quite a bit, almost 9%. Wouldn't Fubo covered calls? I'm not yet, but maybe soon. Actually, that's what I just bought these shares for, because the cash account isn't like settled out yet. So I figured I'd just buy some shares on Fubo today, see if it breaks 3, and then sell in the money covered calls on it. Just passed the first FTMO challenge for a 100K funded account. Oh God, are you doing prop trading? Man, no one ever makes money at prop firms. Which firm? Some of them are a little better than others. I know like two people, 3 sort of. Well, sometimes he does who actually successfully draw down on their prop accounts. $500 a month, so it's pretty hard for me to get enough capital to trade. Firm is FTMO, salary is 500. I've never heard of them. If you want, I'll try to. If you DM me on the Discord, I can check them out and at least try to make sure they're legit. All right. I don't remember the last time your stream account was so empty of positions. We can't trade anything right now. So the margin account can't trade shit until Monday. And then I just opened this, the cash account. Can we easily fall back to 43.25? No. No, we can't. The path to 43.25 is blocked by a shitload of call side support. For a gray name, never doubt the centaur's compassion. I fucking hate prop firms, so I'm more than willing to find out if one is legit or not. There's very few like good ones who don't just make up like a ton of arbitrary rules to prevent you from ever taking money out. It's been a long time since I've looked at them, but like Top Step used to be kind of okay. Um and Apex is usually like most people's go-to. I've heard a few good things about Tradeovate. Is it Tradeovate or Trade a Day? Trade Day or Tradeovate? One of those. But it's been a long time and the rules can change. How's Fubo looking? Interesting. I already went through all that. Is Tesla heading down or just consolidating? That's probably profit taking, right? You definitely should have gotten stopped out at some point. If you haven't, you should really think about why you aren't placing stops on zero DTEs that are almost $10 in the money. If people are covering short bonds, won't that tighten the carry trade spread? Yeah, that should. Over time. I just DM'd you. All right, I'll check it. I'll check it later. I'll have to look them up and probably ask around about them a little bit, but I can at least check out their rules and stuff and make sure that you're not going to get fucked. I know a lot of people have invested just shitloads of time into prop firms and not walked away with a lot of money, right? That's the biggest problem with them. Tradeovate got bought by Ninja, and to cover the cost, they fronted it to the customers. But Apex Top Step used the Tradeovate platform for their clients. Okay. Apple earnings were really not good. Only growing market was the US. I have a feeling your consumers are about to get the old Yeller treatment soon. Yeah. I mean, the macro environment still doesn't look good. How strong is support here on SPX? Making me nervous hanging here. I mean, there's a literal fuck ton of calls of 43.50. The weakest part of this move up is 43.55. There is profit taking going on, but it's kind of starting to flatten out. It hasn't flattened out yet. There's still profit taking, but there's definitely a whole bunch of support at 45 and 50. If I sell a 250 call, I got 35 cents a share. That's not too bad. It's not great though. If I sell it for next week, 41 cents a share. That's a little bit better. Yeah, but I don't want to sell it for next week, right? Looks like some pushback against the 35 or 55 rather. Nice Chungus. Is CPI gonna crash the market with these moronic cuts in? I don't think so. I think the fact that they're fucking pulling back the Fed fund futures pricing and assuming quarter 1 cuts probably means that they're not going to reprice until the next dot plot comes out. This looks like a good TLT short opportunity. Anything to be aware of other than just the economy is great and we start easing soon? I would wait for bond shorts to squeeze a bit more before going short TLT. Like right now, I'm getting stopped out of TLT shorts, so not probably not a great time to enter just yet. There's definitely still more range to the upside on the market. No problem, Andre. Apple earnings are really not good. By the way, I was arguing with someone yesterday about Apple, and they said Apple only goes up, even though I said their forward guidance said no growth. And they said, why would an institution hold a stock with no growth over a 5% treasury? What, red candle? What, at the top here? It's a tiny one. Wait, what time did you send that? That was 3 minutes ago? I mean, it was a red candle. Siri liquidity looks weird. What are you using to measure liquidity on Siri? Do you have any long TLT positions? Yeah, I'm long TLT for 2025. So starting to DCM into Jan puts as the play. December puts too risky if the dot plot is so important. Yeah, I think so. But I would wait still. I think there's more room to the upside on the index. So I wouldn't start DCAing just yet. Tips touching, good or bad? I forget. Contracting is bullish. DFV bought into Jamie. Did he buy shares or options? His first purchase? I don't remember. I think it was shares. Or maybe it was both. My eyes? You can't use your eyes to... Oh, Jesus Christ. Does this train have any stops on the way up? I mean, once we hit gamma, once we break above gamma neutral, um, then the market maker starts selling into upside prices, right? So volatility goes way, way down. Well, realized volatility should go way down. Volatility is already going way down because they're shorting the ever loving fuck out of it. But yeah, realized vol should go down. Are the tips lagging? No. It depends. It depends which part you're talking about. Like, as they contract more and more, they speed up and become more of a leading indicator because the flow of liquidity becomes, well, unstoppable. So as it gains momentum, it becomes more of a leading indicator than a lagging indicator. But they're agnostic to price. Oh, there's Dork. Yep. 4388 renew. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's always on the chart every day. FUBO management is fucking awesome. They're incentivized. So much potential. You're a stock god. I'm pretty happy with it. Yeah, no problem. Federal Reserve having a processing issue with Chase, Huntington, B of A, PNC, Fidelity. Paychecks not deposited. Source: my wife is a nurse for a national healthcare company and did not get paid. Interesting. I mean, that could just be like a system error, right? They could resolve it really quickly. So it could be nothing, but it might be something. We'll see if anything more comes of it. Time to get some 4360 Cs. Evil laugh. Oh, I agree that it's annoying as fuck. Not having that problem because I don't get paid at all. Ooh, USD JPY under 140 or 150. 149.74. 20 years still above the 2 year. Yeah, I mean Tesla got most of the pump I expected. Looks like it's failing a bit. It might be another re-entry opportunity if it bounces. Ooh, market slipped 43.50. Support at 55, 45. That's interesting. Hold on, I need to look at something. There's some put buying here. Where? 50, 40. Some profit taking on out of the money calls. 75 and 80. The bad ISM data. What's Haskell saying? Does anybody know? Hezbollah leader came out and spoke. Further escalation on the Lebanese front is a realistic possibility. Oh, that's going to push oil up. Interesting. I haven't been able to watch for a few months due to work. What's up, John? Can I have a 5-second rundown on what I missed in the past few months for my favorites tickers, SPX, and GME? For GME, Cohen's kind of still a dipshit, but he's CEO now. And then SPX, macro conditions, like the negative macro conditions, started to be realized a little bit more over the last like 3 months, and we're having what I would still define as a very strong like capitulation rally right now over the last few days. And we'll see where that ends up. But the macro conditions overall aren't really improving. Retest DN. I don't know if we move low enough to. No, probably not. DN's at 43.35. Oh, wow. Goldman Sachs did a whole fucking report on the YCC this morning. Interesting. I don't need to read that. Eight 45 a.m. today, the probability for a December hike was slashed to 10% from 20. Is SPX in positive delta, gamma, and charm? It's in positive delta and charm, not gamma yet. Gamma's at 43.88. Is DVM more likely to reflect elevated prices of oil at this earnings or next? It should be spread out across both. Sounds like I got back at a great opportunity for puts and a bet. But yeah, possibly. Yeah, Japanese YCC. Solomon's a billionaire. I'm just, yeah, I'm a little hoarse, but I'm not sick, I don't think. Maybe I'm a little sick. We'll see. Oh, fuck off. Bears aren't fighting very hard. There's just a lot of profit taking. Put buying's kind of minimal. There's a bit of put buying, but most of it's coming in just to leverage the profit taking. I don't think any of it's longer dated yet. All right, I think we got like a minute here. We're probably gonna get hung up at 43, 45. I think we should find fairly strong support here before finding any kind of reversal. Right? The 5 minute looks a little bearish. See, Dork, I really want to be full bull, but look at this. Yeah, I'm gonna wait on buying 4400s. I don't like that. Ah, very funny. Could you see another push later on in the day? I mean, once we stabilize from profit taking, yeah. I don't think losing 45 is a big deal, but it's kind of important. There should still be support to the downside of that, though. Any big changes in total gamma? No. Yeah, there's still really no bearish like there's no bearish confirmation until we break under like 4,300, 4,280, and we're really far from that. I think you in fact might be sick. All the color is gone from your face. Rude. Oh, I could fix that probably. Give me a second. I gotta fucking restart my camera. There we go. I don't know. I don't like feel sick. I just kind of throat's just fucked up. I don't have a sore throat. Like it doesn't hurt. Good morning, John. Are you sure you're not just in denial? I guess I could be. Rinse and repeat for Fubo until next earnings when they inevitably do well. I don't, it's not inevitable. Illiquid and shorting. I don't really think they're having a lot of success with shorting Fubo right now. I mean, they're trying, but it looks like they're going to need to cover quite a bit. Do I have a November 17th, 420p on SPY that I still have open post JPOW? They're somewhat paid for, but not 100%. Would you hold into end of week for hopefully potential downside next week? Thank you as always. November 17, 420. What the fuck is SPY at? I don't see any reason to carry it if it's unhedged. Yeah, I probably wouldn't. I probably wouldn't hold on to it. I think the opportunity to buy it cheaper is still pretty high. based on the positioning we're seeing now, a test of like I think 4,400 looks pretty likely, or at least gamma neutral, which is still, you know, significantly higher than we're at now. I had way too many dead straddle legs I was able to get out of profitably on this pump. Thanks, Pi5, for stressing the importance of theta. You got it, man. Nice, by the way. Yeah, you can always buy puts back. And usually if you're buying them later down the road, you can buy them back cheaper. There's a spread there too, right? Yeah, Fubo's struggling a little bit here. I think partially that's just in line with the market, though. They're getting liquidity from the sell-off. Profit taking on the call side on SPX is starting to slow down. It's flattened out. Hasn't reversed yet, but it's flattened out. Given the good earnings and the need to cover, how does your prediction for short and medium term Fubo movement change, if at all? I mean, Fubo may just get more volatile, right? Like they're covering while trying to drive the price down right now, but that can only last for so long. I still think above 3 is possible, well, especially if the market starts to move up. Most of their advantage here is that the market's moving down. And Russell's also moving down. Well, not as much, but pulled back. I think over the last hour, Russell's pulled back like almost 90 BPS. This bump can't be over today. I don't think so. I think so. I think we're really likely to close above like the near and long term CTA triggers going into next week, and that's going to provide another boost of liquidity or squeezing, right? If we may have already seen a little bit of that this morning, as we broke through like 43.40, but that can continue into next week. Then when we hit gamma neutral, we kind of run into another range where liquidity is not so great, but the market maker is going to step in at that point and provide some liquidity. Haha, Ollie. Thank you, wrongly rightish. What are CTA? I see you use that term. They're commodities trading advisors. They're like institutional traders, big leveraged institutional traders. They tend to make like systemic trades, right? And so they usually add to or well, yeah, they usually add to leverage on a trend in a pretty substantial way. If Fubo pops above $3, do you still feel safe to sell CCs? I mean, if Fubo, as long as it gets liquidity, then I feel safe selling CCs. CCs are mostly trend following. Yeah, they're mostly systemic. Not all of them are, but a vast majority of them are. I think the pump will last till December then. Everything banks on the dot plot in December. Well, we still have an OPEX, we have an SLD, we can see a breakdown in like charm, which is starting to build, right? So I mean there could be a pullback into the end of November and then maybe up into the December dot plot, and then the dot plot will be the deciding factor on if we get a Santa rally or not. Understanding liquidity is central to understanding which moves to make. Not always. Is that something you developed and not just information that can be sought out? I mean, there's information on market liquidity, although I don't know if you could develop a way to visualize it. There's a couple methods, but they're not the best. You would need a pretty deep understanding of market mechanics, positioning, and institutional risk management. I mean, those are obviously things you can learn. Speaking of November, somebody has a birthday coming up. Me. I do. Closed all my bear spreads, took 11K profits. I'm not overholding this time. Let's rock it to 12,000. Nice. Probably would have been better if you did that 300 BPS ago, but I'm glad that you got out with profits. You seem to have a bead on the liquidity of stocks we follow. I mean, I pay attention to it. But it's one of many things, right? XLU, TLT, both rising more than SPX. Any significance? Some, yeah. Man, is Russell gonna fucking turn back around? This looks like dog shit. Bond volatility is falling very, very quickly. Birthday hot tub stream? I mean, I think I'm streaming on my birthday anyway. Ooh, yeah, I guess it is. Thanks, Wiggly. We've had 16 Green Mondays in a row. Why do I find that hard to believe? Has it been that many weeks that we've been moving down? Oh, because there was a fucking holiday in September? Really? Stupid metrics. I'm not selling any CCs on Fubo yet. If participants start to notice the carry trade collapsing, how fast will it impact the market? I mean, it can have an immediate effect on dollar valuation. It depends on how quickly it collapses. If it breaks down slowly over time, the the risk won't be in the carry trade collapsing. It'll be in the sell off of assets and the devaluation of those assets. I don't know. Do you have an adjustable rate mortgage? How can your mortgage go up? Please don't tell me you have an adjustable rate mortgage. Dad, you have the same birthday as my dad? You're actually my dad? I don't know. Yeah, Pito Filito, really? I have one damn job on this Discord, and the SEC is preventing that from happening. I hate them. Wait, what? I'm guessing his mortgage is fake because he's Canadian and Canada is fake. Ah, okay. Oh, he's British. I don't know. Is that worse? Who is the worst? It's got to be Canada, right? Is the supported 43, 45 breaking down or holding up? It's very clearly holding up. What triggers a sell-off devaluation of assets in the carry trade? Hedging pressure, mostly. In order to continue to hedge the trade as the spread becomes narrower and narrower, you have to sell assets in order to maintain the same level of margin, right? Or the same amount of cash liquidity. That's actually what led to the 2008 collapse. Was people involved in the carry trade started selling MBS in order to like prop up their position. And the devaluation in the MBS market led to um, like Solomon, Bear Stearns, and Solomon. Becoming how do I want to put that? Yeah, it led to the devaluation of their portfolios. I don't want to say that it was the only cause, because it wasn't, but it was a significant one for their failure. So it led to it led to their insolvency or accelerated it. Did you change your name, Hazy? Is my dad gonna be okay? He has a second heart surgery in less than 3 weeks. I hope so. That's a lot of stress. Sorry to hear that, man. Oh no, I'd hate to see another Great British Pound spiral. My sister's boyfriend bought an apartment in my home country. The first year it was fixed at 3%. Now it's floating at 10. The thing is, I explicitly explained to be careful, but he didn't listen. Fuck him. That's all you can really do, right? So if you can, it's like you can't force people to do the right thing. Yep, that's right. Cinnamon Pinecone. Although buying calls does not have a significant effect, right? Because as calls are bought, puts are sold, and puts have a stronger impact on VIX than calls do. You just sell equities or similar to free up cash to meet margin requirements in the carry trade. Could this be classified as a margin call? That just depends on how quickly the trade collapses. It's pressure on the margin. If the trade were to collapse immediately, then you would end up with margin calls, right? Otherwise, no. And no, it wouldn't be classified as one. Nice, monkey. Are there any dates you're looking at for GME contracts? I'm not selling covered calls on it, but no, not really. If XRT doesn't get pulled off reg show during the ETF FTD period, GME will probably get shorted going into OPEX. So I'm just gonna wait. I don't really care one way or another. I mean, if it runs, I'll just sell covered calls against it. But right now, it doesn't look like it's going to, and we don't have that much upside left on the SPX before things start to calm down. I have a feeling we're going to chop here for the rest of the day. I think that's possible. Although, well, not the rest of the day. I would say once we get a little bit like later into the afternoon, we'll probably see like out of the money call buying pick up once it's a little cheaper. There's still a lot of calls at like 43.60, 65.70. The guy shouldn't have married his sister. He obviously knows what's best for her. That guy should have married his sister. The best boyfriend is always family. Gross. I've never done a Vega position before. I was waiting for VIX to hit 13.14, then buying way out of the money long dated puts. Wait for IV to climb back up to 18.20 and they increase in value. Yep. Yeah, so they have a lot of those contracts have a lot of Vega, like 6, 7, and that's a multiplier on implied volatility. The further out of the money they are, the greater the increases in implied volatility as the smirk turns, right? So yeah, that's how you make money on them. The profits on them can be fleeting though, so you don't want to take a lot of chances with them. You would look at IV for a spike in volatility. Is who was seriously considering GME CCs when MOASS is literally upon us? You need to cool your tits. MOASS isn't real. Is today Freg's Day? No. Freg's Day is 16 days from now. The anniversary of Freg's Day, at least. What do you know about Geode Capital? I know that Twitter account's just full of bullshit. They're a vol fund, like so many other vol funds, who are all long the Mag 7. It's fucking nonsense. Super stonk bullshit. Trying to be applied more broadly to the market, which hopefully never happens. I'd love to see the pound drop for some great prices on gilts. Am I being too greedy until next year? You want the pound to go up if you want gilt prices to go down. I feel like another hike from the BOE is likely in the next couple of quarters. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the BOE had to go higher. But you guys are kind of in a recession already, right? Dangerous to keep raising rates. If bulls hold 43.50 today, you think we move up into OPEX? I think we move up into the next like 7 trading days. Back in May, he refinanced with another bank. And they capped the rate at 10% because he was paying 13 to the original bank. The problem is it's only for 1 year, so next May he'll get hit hard. Rough. Europort is always in a recession. B of E using Mag 7 style accounting practices to pretend we're not in a recession. Fed's doing pretty much the same thing, so don't feel bad. So yes, into the next OPEX pullback. Yeah, I think so. If the dollar keeps going, nobody's currency is going to be worth anything. True, yeah. Sorry, guys. It took Schwab about 3 days to settle some QQQ puts. I cut at the beginning of the week. That happened to me fucking last week, man. It took like 4 days for cash settled options to clear back into my account. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that. It's happened to me on WeBull and Schwab now. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at another chart. There you go. Getting a little bump in VIX here. That's kind of neat. Profit taking slowed down to a trickle here. Did you see the B of E dot plot? No. They're expecting interest rates to go down to 4.25 by the end of 2026. And that was an improved estimate. They're all fucking delusional. Red candle? I think we should reserve our red candles for ones of greater significance, right? I hate this. That seems more accurate. So I didn't have any options buying power on the cash side of this account today, Dork. So I bought Fubo shares to capture any like earnings bounce, right? And I'm pretty sure if I sell an in the money covered call, my money will settle Monday. It's the perfect scalp. I think rates are going to stay high, if not higher, until the U.S. gets their debt situation under control. 10 to 15 years. In our current political climate, you're looking at more like 40 to 50 years. At the end of it all, he'll pay like double what the house actually costs. Yep, that seems to be what people are signing up for nowadays. So, since we're just chopping here, according to Goldman Sachs, USD JPY now comfortably above the 150 handle. There's very little appetite for the BOJ to anchor rates. The BOJ is being forced to endorse more flexibility on its own yield curve as long as short end global rates continue to stay high, curves remain inverted, and rate differentials remain wide. Stay short Japanese rates. Nah. Don't look at historical charts. Okay. We're in a new paradigm. The BOJ is at the cusp of a regime change. That's the last part of that's true. Initial target 5-year swaps at 1%. 10-year JPY tonar target 1.5%. The BOJ essentially scrapped YCC this week. No more band and no more fixed rate operations. The old regime was that BOJ would do whatever it takes to anchor rates at the fixed level. The market initially took the message as dovish, but as consensus expected the band to widen towards a new target 1.5%. However, the BOJ has endorsed ultimate flexibility to its YCC framework. We view the BOJ's actions as fairly hawkish, as now there is no regime to protect levels at a certain point, and therefore very little negative side effect to cause the JPY to weaken. However, BOJ still wants to buy time to ensure proper wage growth and demand side driven inflation before they can act on their no interest rate policy. USD JPY now comfortably above the 150 handle. There's very little appetite. Okay, I think I already read that part. Yeah. So that's their whole spiel on it. Not that it matters, but do you think this is what JPAL wanted the outcome to be? I'm not really sure what he was doing at the meeting. His message was definitely not direct enough, and if he was trying to be dovish, he succeeded. If he was trying to be hawkish, he failed miserably. And I'm not really sure what he was doing. I've read that transcript over like 3 times, and initially he was super hawkish, and then he got asked the question about yields, changing the Fed's policy, and from like that point on, he was just dovish as fuck. Like he was just really excited that yields had gone up. But little did he realize by being excited about them, he was about to cause yields to go right the fuck back down again. I mean, JPAL wants people to come in and buy treasuries in mass without having to continue raising rates, ideally. He wants liquidity to dry up in the system and credit to tighten. That report read like a horoscope. Yeah. Most institutional investment reports kind of read like a horoscope. Did you say there are elevated GME ETF FTDs through next week? No, but we're in the ETF FTD covering period. There just aren't a lot of ETF FTDs. That doesn't mean it won't be affected more broadly by other stocks that do have more ETF FTDs being covered, or by markets rising because GME is illiquid. But no, I don't think GME's actual ETF FTDs are very high. Or at least not on the ETFs that it's in. Remember, XRT's still on Reg Show. Wild idea here, but he could go a bit harder on those balance sheets. No, he can't. The banks can't The banks can't sustain it. They're barely going to keep up with what he's already dumping. What if he was just letting Yellen be the top this time? That whole narrative's fucking nonsense. It's getting pushed everywhere, but Yellen pulled back issuance into the last half of this quarter by like $8 billion, and the big deal is that she pulled it back from longer duration. But next quarter she bumped issuance up $116 billion, and nobody's saying a fucking word about that. So everyone's real bullish on the $8 billion cut to duration, but completely ignoring the additional bump in duration next quarter of 116 billion, right? And then that report is like it's just like a preliminary guideline, and she can issue duration whenever the fuck she wants, which she already exceeded the estimates for the first half of this quarter. I don't see why she wouldn't run ahead of the curve moving forward. But for now, very bullish. Everything is good. Unemployment is up and productivity is up. There couldn't be a better scenario. Who cares about inflation? We'll just pretend it doesn't exist. I've written a lot of DD on it. You can read back through like the Pickles picks over the last like 6 months. That might give you a better grasp. Um, I've written up some things on Twitter about it. Having a knowledge of how bond markets and currency markets work was probably a big step. I would suggest at least brushing up on the topics. Should read Intelligent Investor and probably macroeconomics textbook. Krugman's got a good one. Is there any reason you don't watch Upstart anymore? I do watch Upstart. It's not really correlated to GME's runs. It tends to be more tied into tech. Where did Apple go down yesterday? They missed earnings and they guided lower. Ridiculous. You know what I don't read? Well, yeah, macroeconomics, like 6th edition. I think it's Macmillan. It's written by Paul Krugman. You think we see any downside today? Are they building support for another push up? I mean, they're holding support against the sell off, which is usually pretty bullish. We're going through the CFA course materials right now. Have fun. Looks like I bought my calls a little too early. Maybe. Did you buy them first thing in the morning? Because I do more upstart ops T+2 if it finishes above 30 today. That seems reasonable. They're covering on it. It broke 27 already, which we talked about yesterday. Apple's revenues were down year over year. So they beat their quarterly expectations, barely. And they guided lower. No, I bought calls about an hour ago. That's not the worst time then. As long as you didn't get them like here at the peak, then you should be fine. What's on Upstart earnings next week? They may be doing well. There still seems to be consumer demand for loans, so I don't expect their earnings to take that big of a hit just yet. I'm not buying the underlying, but I have some options on it. It doesn't matter. Rising PEs because of earnings contraction is not a significant indicator of economic slowdown. Nope. Is Fubo going to break through 3 or get stomped down? I think it could break through 3. If the market moves up, it definitely will. Looks like Russell's starting to bounce again, so that should add some strength. Did you end up straddling NQ yesterday? Yep. That actually went, I think that went better for me than if I'd straddled on SPX. I'm straddling with NQ. Are you buying contracts directly or options? Options last night. Sometimes I buy the contracts, but usually I'm not in it for that long. But it worked out well. I got to straddle NQ kind of near like the end, well, at the end of day yesterday, like shortly after market close, and then I was able to catch the drop off from Apple earnings, and I was able to get out of the short side before this morning's pump. Which if I'd done it on SPX, I probably would have had a lot of difficulty getting out of anything overnight. Just straddling, but having spreads work too? You mean inverse butterflies? Sure. The payout's not very good on them though. But you can leg out of them the same way. The payout's just worse. Because I mean most of your like volatility throughout the day is concentrated at the front of the day. Right? So price has a lot more range and then that contracts over the course of the day, right? And so the problem with using debit spreads is that they benefit from the time decay. So you want to hold a debit spread into close ideally. And just a straight up call and put don't. Like they have greater reward potential here when range for the day is at its highest. So that's something I kind of don't like about doing that. It's not that it's bad, but your profitability is going to be significantly reduced. You do have a lower capital allocation though. What's causing the resistance on the way up? Profit taking? When did bulls learn to do that? When we gap up 50 basis points in one candle in the pre-market? That'll usually trigger some call side capitulation. People like money. They like putting it back in their pocket and not leaving it with the market maker. Not you guys, but other people. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you with so much FUD all at once. Not me. Makes my pockets too heavy. Get out of there, money. Oh, okay. I see my donations to the poor MMs very seriously. What level did you say you think you close at extra bull next week? If we close above 43.50, 43.45, 43.50, we're gonna push that CTA liquidity. And if we move up hard enough today, we could trigger capitulation from the CTAs early. Although it's more likely that it'll line up with that positive forward convexity. So yeah, basically CTAs are going to get squeezed out a bit if they're not already getting squeezed out on bonds, where their net short position is significantly larger. That doesn't mean go into the weekend unhedged if we close above 43.50. Yeah, that's correct, Atron. Broadly, it generally refers to large institutional leveraged derivatives traders. But there's a lot of different types of CTAs. Some downside gap on SPX over the last few days. Will these act as accelerators when momentum shifts? Probably not. The market maker's probably just going to eat the loss. We're moving up too hard for them to just carry it, right? Gaps are stupid. Just a big, dumb psychological indicator most of the time. Unless they're like within the same day or they're huge and within like a week or something, the market maker is just going to take the loss. Especially on products like SPX or ES where carrying that loss is extremely risky. Doesn't FUD have to be false? No. No. Tesla looking good still, or fall back to 215? I already took profits on it. It's bouncing a little bit here with the market. This could be an opportunity to re-enter. But I would have a tight stop. Because if it rejects here, it'll fall back below charm. I think the market's going to move up here, though. Chicken turkey amortization. I thought the market was dropping. It has been for like 3 months. It's definitely a strong bounce. There's no doubt about it. We'll see if it leads to anything more. But for now, I mean, it's still squeezing shorts, right? So I don't think it's done yet. Generally, the steeper your drop, the stronger your mean revision. So we dropped really hard from like mid October, right? So this shouldn't be completely unexpected. The fact that it's even more aggressive than what we would determine as a baseline also makes it more unstable and more prone to running into liquidity issues faster. But bear rallies they're a thing. You gotta be prepared for them. And as volatility increases and the volatility regime shifts higher and higher, the strength of bear rallies can pick up. I feel like I talked to you guys about this before, but like in the COVID crash, there were days where we went down like 7% and up 10% before close. So like open down like 5, drop another like 3%, and then shoot up 10%, all in like one fucking day. So yeah, and so this isn't. I mean, this isn't that extreme. It's extreme for our current conditions, but shit can get way more violent than what we've seen so far. All those profits got to get taken. Yep. The COVID crash days are the best. They were pretty fun. Mutual fund financial years ending in October. Tax harvest sales could have been the reason for hard downs, but now they're buying with all their raised cash. Yes and no, because there will be more tax harvest sales into the end of the year. Generally, I mean, from mutual funds, once we started to break down below the year's growth, they're gonna be taking profits anyway. Um, like systematically, right? Because their year over year returns have hit their baseline. And that's I think that was more of an effect through like mid to late October than tax harvesting. Remember when all the liquidity flowed into SPX, right? Back in like May. Right, when we really started to see that big uptick in volume. Um and then that carried out into August, right? Uh as we dropped here, the positions bought relative to our drop were pushed underwater, right? And that's going to cause institutions to exit long positions if they weren't already, which many of them were from the peak, right? Even now we're still seeing net equity outflows. I don't think there's been a point this year where we've seen inflows increase substantially. There were a couple weeks in like June and July, I think, where equity inflows went positive. That was about it though. Everything else has been like net negative throughout the entire year. Money's still been flowing into money markets. I can't make money in this environment. I can't imagine trading a major correction. It's super fun. If you buy the right option, you make like 20 grand. Then you buy the right option again, right? It might have been actually easier to trade a crash in 2020 because we didn't have the zero DTEs. So you had to get the theta either way. A lot of times, like some days you would have zero DTEs, right? 3 days a week, but the other days you wouldn't. So you'd have to buy a one DTE, and so yeah, that honestly probably made it easier because you'd get the gap down, right? And then if it kept moving down, you could hold your one DTE until it gapped back up. And now with the incentive to buy zero DTEs, it's probably a lot easier to be wrong. Is the right option an option with an expiration date to the right of the chart? Well, it depends on if you sold it or not. My problem is I always buy the wrong option. Why? Are you trying to bet against trends too early? That's usually a big mistake that a lot of people make very frequently. I would actually say that the most common mistake I see people make in here is buying trend reversals too soon. So they'll start buying like here and the trend will continue and then they get blown out. If you're doing that, you need to set like tight stops. Like if you're buying a counter trend position, you can't just buy into that and not have stops. Yeah, you need to be prepared to take a loss and for the trend to continue, and then you have to try again later. That's a like, if you don't set stops on those positions, that's a really good way to lose a lot of money really, really fast. So basically, when you enter a counter trend position, you're betting that, you know, you've picked the right point for a reversal. Right. But if you're wrong, you've picked the right point for a breakout. Right. And so having tight stops on those positions, I mean, the risk of entering those positions is going to be your loss on the stop. And the tighter your stop is, you know, the better chance you have of being able to enter multiple of those reversals over time instead of just getting blown out on the first one you bet on. Yeah, I see Fubo. Like, don't get me wrong, betting on reversals is a phenomenal way to make money, but it also requires very strict risk management. Because if you're right, you print super hard, right? You catch the breakdown and you just print and print and print, right? But if you're wrong, you're fucked, and you're fucked fast. So you've got to protect yourself against being wrong. It's more important to keep the money you have than it is to make money. The making money will come, right? If you can maintain the same level of capital, you can bet on every reversal, right? From here until you run out of money, which could take a lot of trades if you have tight risk, right? But if you bet on one reversal and you don't have good risk management, you'll blow up everything you bet. Somewhat ironically, 7-day realized vol is way down since zero DTs are introduced. They might actually prevent a crash event. Um, I yes and no, right? They can do a lot of work on the gamma side, but if like longer dated big put positions with like delta, like big heavily delta weighted positions come in, they wouldn't do much. Especially against like futures selling. Like you could blow up billions in zero DTEs with a quarter the amount of money sold on futures. We've seen it happen, right? We've seen huge like upside zero DT positions just get obliterated in a couple seconds. What's an appropriate risk? I mean, that's a variable, right? That's going to depend on what you're willing to risk, right? And then B, your capital allocations per position. It's going to depend on how much total capital you have, how long you continue to sustain taking that risk, betting on each and every reversal, right? So that's actually something you have to figure out for yourself. I'd love to tell you that there's a fixed way to do it, but there isn't, right? I mean, more speculative people are going to want to take on more risk, especially if they're well capitalized, because they increase their chance for reward. People with less money are going to want to take on less risk, and try to improve their accuracy. I mean, generally in a crash, entities with the most money to lose have already de-risked. I don't think there's a crash in the last 20 years or serious market correction where institutions haven't heavily de-risked leading into it. Despite the conditions, they have more than enough money to bail themselves out of any kind of severe risk, unless it's sudden. Um, and really, really only Volmageddon showed any signs of that, and even that saw some de-risking in advance. COVID saw months of de-risking before we crashed. How far out do you prefer to sell covered calls? Depends on the underlying. More volatile things, shorter dated, less volatility, more theta. Usually. Although those rules can be broken. Stop putting so much pressure on us. I kind of prefer the straddles over single side reversal positions. I like them, especially in periods like this. I mean, this year straddles have saved me from so many hard reversals. I can't even count. Just having those straddles open, having a couple dead legs floating, has protected me from huge put side losses that would have occurred otherwise. Are you really a bull? I mean, usually, yeah. I'm usually really bullish. It's pretty rare for me to feel negatively about the economy. But here we are. But what I don't like is irrational bullishness. If there's a distinct, clear bull case, I'm all about it. But there isn't. And I think there's more value. I think there's more value over time in the short side, which, I mean, has kind of been proven over the last 3 months, right? All of the gains from the early part of the year were wiped out by the bottom of this drop in October. So everything from like May on, right? And I do not doubt that we will probably go down again. How high does this SPX push go, do you think? Like today or over the next like week and a half? Because over the next week and a half, depending on data and stuff, we could hit 4,400 or 4,450. Today, I think we're mostly capped out at like 75. If we get a strong run up to 75, then we might see more call buying come in. If we hit like 70, we should probably see more zero DTE interest pick up. Like right now, it looks like the most over the last like half hour, we've started to see that call side capitulation kind of flatten out, and then now it's starting to turn around, and so we're starting to see some more call interest building. Probably some of that buying back short calls that were sold this morning, right? We're seeing put interest drop off. So, if that trend continues or steepens, then we could move up harder, or beyond like 43.75. But yeah, right now at 43.75, you kind of start to see calls fall off after that point. For 7 to 10 day overnight straddle, do you always cut and reposition if it doesn't print the next day? Not always. That depends on if we stay in our trading range or not, right? So if like, if I buy a straddle, let's use this chart because this is going to be the best way to show you. I think. So let's say, for instance, last night. So I bought a straddle here at it was 43.20, 43.15. Right, and then we moved up above delta neutral at market open today. We broke 43.60, right? So we're starting to move out of the range which I opened this in. I expected us to move up today anyway, so I weighted the call side a little more heavily, and I bought less theta on the put side, but I would cut my put in line with the peak, right? So this morning, when we started to kind of run up against resistance, now I can go back to this chart and kind of show you. As we started to run up against resistance, here I set a stop on the call side and a stop on the put side, trailing stop limits. And so the call side got stopped out as we got rejected, and then the put side got stopped out when we bounced down there, and that's it, right? Now, if we'd stayed in the trading range, and I might have to go since we've been jumping up so much this week. Oh, we're still seeing trading view. Oh, okay. So sorry. Yeah. So as we started to get declining volume into the peak here, I set trail stops on the call side, on the put side, right? And that way, if we continue to move up, the put gets cut and the call stays open. If we fall, the call gets cut, the put stays open, right? And then the put got cut almost immediately anyway. But if we stayed within our trading range, which I have to show you like a different week for, something like this, where we get an open, right, and then rejects. Then if I set both of those stops here at the top, right, of market open, I'll get stopped out of the call side, but the put side will stay open longer, right? And then the put side's closing at almost break even, so you're capturing all of the profitability on the call side. And with theta, what that opens you up to do, if you buy like 5 days of theta, for instance, right? So say you open your call and your put here. If you buy 5 days of theta and you have like hard resistance to the upside, and you know where your resistance is kind of marked on the downside, what you can do is you can close your call on the high test, and then you can kind of wait for the rejection and close your puts out on the lower test. And the theta gives you time to do that. And so, over time, when you're looking at the ranges that we trade in, and we kind of look at this thing that I draw out for you guys every week. If you have like, an uptrend, for instance, then you can buy shorter dated on the call side, and you can buy longer dated on the put side. And what that does is, after this rejects, it leaves you with a big pile of puts open, kind of near the money. But you've made profits on the calls all the way up, which have paid for the puts, right? So say we were to reject it gamma neutral into next week, right? And I have puts open at like 43.15, and the prior night's close at like 42.50, and the night before that at like 4200, and the market rejects and falls back, all of those puts will print, right? Even if half of them print, you're still making a profit over the time period. Usually a trail limit. I mean, it depends on how much theta I have, but 10, 15, 20%, it varies. It's more of a judgment call. But it's really the money's to be made in the management of them. Now you can just close everything, right? So you could just close your put and call at the same time, whichever way it swings, as long as you get a greater than like 0.5 like overnight move, right? You'll be like you'll yield every night. Um that starts to, so as volatility declines though, that'll start to diminish and variance will start to go down. And that's really when straddles are their best, because you'll open at a price and most of your trading throughout the day will be within the same range, right? And that gives you an opportunity to close both your call and put each day. Below 218, Richie. But even if you can't, or you suck at that, and like, you know, judging the ranges and, you know, maximizing profitability on them is not really your thing, you can still just open them and take advantage of the total yield, right? So, you know, if option is, or like say like a 3 DTE straddle costs um like, I don't know, like 4 grand probably, like 4K to open. If you get a $40 move to the upside, you're a break even, right? If you get a $50 or $60 move over 3 days, which is very common on SPX, you're profitable. You're profitable more than a lot of like fund strategies would be. So you don't even have to be good at managing them. I mean, series kind of like breaking $5, right? We're getting close to it. That's kind of exciting. They have a dividend payout tomorrow, so this may just be shorts covering that don't want to pay the dividend. Or is that today? No, that's Monday. So ex-dividend date's Monday. So yeah, this could be some short covering into the dividend, but it could also just be short covering. That's why I've been telling people to use straddles since like October of last year, because we really moved hard into an environment where realized volatility was much higher than implied volatility. And straddles have been phenomenal for the last, it's been a year now. There have been very, very few days where I've taken a loss on them. And with a little bit of theta, unless you get skittish or something, it's pretty hard to take a loss on them at all. You may not always make that much money off them. And in times when the market's moving across big ranges, you actually tend to get fucked a little bit. Like if you get a period of time where like the market moves up like 50 BPS a day for like 6 days or something, this really sucks, right? Because it kind of puts you like right at no profit at open each day and then trades flat. That's shitty. But that doesn't happen very frequently. Most of the time we go from kind of trading flat, right? Intraday to periods where we're gapping up really hard, like, you know, we're having like 100 plus BPS moves. And when these happen, you know, you just close the put because you made money, right? You don't care. The puts are already paid for. You do make less money on those than you do on days where you're able to close to the up and the downside, but you still make money. And sometimes you get a big move. You get like 150, 180 basis points, and then you make money, like a lot of money, even if the put or the call gets burned. I agree with having to be good. I'm nowhere near good, but I have been taking profits like a good pickle. What do you think of the options chain as of now on SPX for today? I still think that we have some potential to move up to like 43.75 here. Ah, Fubo got rejected. Was that Russell or Fubo? Russell got rejected. Hard. Ouch. Lower high. Is that going to be bullish? Maybe. Yeah, a little uptick in vol too, which I'm not a big fan of. Is Tesla dead? Tesla already did its run, and then it got rejected at 221, which isn't good. It hasn't fallen negative on charm, so you could try to target the bounce, but again, you need a tight stop. Come on, OG. This should be obvious to you at this point, man. I think Fubo can pump some more. I think Fubo could pump a lot more. But it won't if Russell fails. I don't feel bad. If I felt bad, I wouldn't be streaming. Well, I might, but hey, buddy, we're at the top, right? I don't know about that. There's still room to move up here. We'll see if we can call profit taking, which we're really not getting. We're just not getting a lot of call buying right now, or put selling. But call interest is picked up at 60, 65, and 70. So we did get some out of the money call buying already. Barkin said lower end consumers are changing how they spend, hearing more evidence of middle income consumers cutting spending. High end consumers are not cutting back. That's not the answer I was looking for, but what about your baby bulls? You did the thing that I just spent an hour talking about, where you bought puts with no risk management. I already have calls, but I probably would have bought calls earlier when I bought them. Are you talking about Tesla? I sold my calls on Tesla. I got stopped out. They were up a shitload. I mean, they're zero DTs. You just immediately put a stop on them, right? Right? That's what everyone does with their zero DTEs. The second they buy them, they put a stop on them. Is the Siri play dead or just firing up? It could be getting kind of spicy. Breaking five is a big deal. I made 140% on the Tesla morning pump. Thanks, dude. Nice, man. That's fucking awesome. Yes, yes. Stop yelling at me. All right. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to go try to find a cough drop. Wubba lubba dub dub. Thank you so much, J Dog. What's up, Moonwind? Wait, what happened? Is this not the same price action in 2022 when we heat up for a week only to gap down 200 BPS? There's some similarities. We got a written interview offer to be a statistician. Yeah. Wait, why did you put an exclamation point on that? Is that what you want to do, Carl? Is that going to bring your tea back? We're getting those pumpies going, by the way. Hmm. How far till we lose support? We haven't lost support. What do you mean? How am I up more on my crowd reposition than my initial play with less capital? Oh, because I got better entries. Sounds like it. I'm sure back to 70. I'm sure it's gonna move. It's pretty fucking illiquid. As long as the market keeps going up. It's up like 10% today already. Breaking 30 is a big deal. Did I put the Greeks in the daily? I don't know. I didn't. Wait. No, I didn't. Gamma Max on Upstart's at like $42. It's above GN now. That's a pretty substantial range. There's not a ton of options interest, which might be the biggest problem, but gamma's positive, charm's positive. Calls are picking up. There's just not a ton of them. So mostly what we're seeing is short calls closing still, which is good. That's a really good sign. Does the weight of the position look like it can absorb U.S. boots on the ground in Israel? Don't we already have that? GME's tips? They're still moving apart. They were contracting a little bit, but looks like liquidity's fine. Truce is having some issues with transactions that seem to be impacting multiple banks. I guess that's why my cash didn't settle today in Fidelity. Fuck my life. Oh, maybe that's something that's going on. I didn't know that. Nah, I'm a little hoarse. I'm gonna read those options books. Yep, that's a good idea. I like it when the tips move apart. Aren't you long GME? You're a big horse. Thanks, Dork. I needed that. My chart says pump to 43.75, then straight down to 4,100. That'd be cool. I like your chart better than mine. Not having a rate hike is good for Upstart. No, it's not. Higher for longer credit's bad for them. Are you waiting for a break of 3 on Fubo before CCs? Because this could possibly go to 350 or 4. Yeah, if Atomic would stop selling fucking covered calls at $3. Thoughts on Apple puts now that IV crush is out of the way. Really, Apple's recovered almost all of its losses from yesterday. I'd be careful.
I would wait. I would wait until the index is top. It's a pretty good argument that for most people would feel that buying Apple is safer than buying the S&P. What can you say? View up drops and calls increase because the way calls are hedged on the short side, right? We think market conditions are looking more like a potential depression. I don't know. We'll see how far they fucking are willing to take this before stepping in and actually doing something about the problem. How high can we go today? The upside still looks like 43.75. That hasn't really changed. If we get more call buying above that, we could go higher. But right now, everything kind of tops out around 70, 75. Siri's going for it. Oh, cool. No, it's not. It's just at $5. Why would you say that? I just bought Tesla 0 DTEs. What now? Did you buy them at the bottom? Or did you just buy them here at resistance? Either way, you should have a stop, right? I get liquidity out of my tip. Drink a lot of water. Starting to get kind of close. So I was joking before. Thanks to the pickles whip, it was an incredible rip at open. No problem, man. I think if they're gonna de-risk anything, they're gonna try to do it above gamma neutral, but the market maker will act as a shock absorber. That's what I would do. There's no way we see 4,400 today. I think 4,400 is pretty unlikely. It's what, 12:30 right now? We need to see it. We need to see a shitload of call side interest come in. Or we need to see CTAs getting like short squeezed. which they probably won't squeeze out until Monday or Monday morning. I don't think this is the top of the total run. Oh, why would it move up? So if we close above 4350, CTAs are gonna flip into their like positive convexity positions, which means like long 70 something $billion. And that's gonna be with leverage too, so it could be quite substantial. But it also means it's really important that bulls hold this level into the end of today. It seems like a good opportunity for some longer dated put entries on SPX SPY, or am I dumb? I mean, volatility is pretty heavily discounted right now, but it could get cheaper. Why are bears allergic to $3 on Fubo? Probably because $3 on Fubo is just a giant pile of sold calls. Are narrow at the money call spreads for today or Monday seemingly free money? Like bull call spreads? They could be pretty good. I would have bought them earlier when we were below 4350, but I mean, I guess buying them here at the top is a little bit riskier. So we don't have a lot of call interest beyond 75, right? And 75 is substantially weaker than 70. So like the call interest is kind of like, and this is like 75. So this range could be a little slippery, right? And we could kind of fall back into the bigger pile of gamma down at like 60. So, yeah, I wouldn't say that this is the best range, although I think it's very early in the day, and we're likely to see more out of the money call buying. Maybe there'll be an opportunity on a drop back to the, like a slide back to like 60 or 65. But I wouldn't say that this is a very good entry for that. One of my neighbors is boosting their TV volume with a megaphone, or the cops are doing copy things. I'm tired, so I don't care. Just don't get shot, Squamsk. It's important. SPX goes up 3% in 2 days. Pickle jar, I'm gonna buy call spreads. $8 off the peak of the OI. I feel like it was only like 7 days ago where I was like, man, those 4,200, 4,300 bull call spreads are really cheap. This just in, they were. They were really cheap. More theta, more delta. Generally speaking, you may be seeing issues with liquidity on those options. May 24 has a delta of 0.3. That's odd. So Jan 24, 400. Puts. That's an out of the money put. It has like no delta. Are you looking at the 4,000? 4,400. 4.26. 4.8. 4.8. 'Huh. I'm not sure. The IV's not very different. Well, it's a little. It's enough. Yeah, 2%, I guess. It's close. It's just the volatility. You have more vol on the May contract. Well, I picked a great time to be a solo dad. Wait, what happened? I've only kept a sliver of tiny, shiny tinfoil. I know, use it as a bookmark for my options books. Nice. It's almost all grown up. Do you just spend all day watching the yield curve inversion? Would you ever cut one side of your straddle if it hasn't paid for the other side yet? Yeah, all the time. That's on days where I think we're range bound and like our upside test is gonna break down, right? Then I would cut the call side at whatever I think the local high is, and then cut the put side on the down move. Okay, I'm looking at them too granularly, but it's fun to watch. All right. Will you kidnap me if I buy Pontiff? No. Solo dad till 12/8. Oh shit. I was looking to put a diagonal by buying a May. Hold on. May 24 in the money. At 4,400. Then selling short dated out of the money puts against it. Looks like if the SPX were to drop hard soon, this would lose money. Yeah. Probably. Hmm. I mean, you'd lose money on any drop that reduced your total delta by greater than the premium sold, right? So it really depends. You could always close your open short, like your open short put. Like, say the trend reversed and things got really bearish, and we started to see, increased downside interest or risk off behavior, then you could close the short put and just sit on the long put. Will you kidnap me if I buy Pontiff and I ask you to? As long as there's some sort of legal agreement in place that absolves me of any type of liability. Nice, Wabbeef. Jesus, your voice needs the weekend to start. Yeah, it does. I'm waiting for my delivery of super fucking spicy Jamaican beef patties that I just ordered. A great week for America. So much robust, even events to be proud of. Strong and resilient. Why is the dollar going down? That sounds good. I ate a handful of mozzarella cheese for lunch. I miss Jamaican food. There's this place in the Bronx that makes like the curry beef like pies with it's really good. They put like scotch bonnet peppers and it's got onion and bell pepper and something else in it. Garlic. They're delicious. Have you ever seen The Game with Michael Douglas? I think so. Like a long fucking time ago, but I think so. I already have calls, Dan. I think I have enough of them. I don't need more. I like my my new strategy is just gonna be to open straddles and then let them cash settle. We're gonna move 200 basis points a day. I'm just gonna open 0 DTE straddles and let them cash settle. I'm gonna eat a meatball sub in honor of the almighty market meatball. Nice. I hate wine. Don't say that about me. It's just fucking grape juice. Alcoholic grape juice. I don't get Caribbean food here. Big sad. Back in the UK, it's fantastic. That's what I first started liking it. When I was like there was like a Caribbean place in London and I wouldn't eat anything they sold besides the beef patties. I've loved them ever since. I found pokeberries in my work parking lot. Apparently, the leaves and shoots are edible, but only during the spring. Otherwise, they're super poisonous. I kind of want to try them. All right, listen, Squamps, push that urge down. It's not spring. You don't like oxtail? I mean, as an adult, I'll eat that stuff, right? But like as a little kid, I wasn't eating goat or oxtail. Absolutely fucking not. I still don't like goat. It's a gross meat. It's so fucking slimy. Yeah, goat's lamb. I'm about lamb. I'll eat lamb. It's because goats are soulless. Have you ever looked into their eyes? There's nothing there. Nothing. Okay, I'd eat a Haitian goat. I've had it from there. It's well, I've had Haitians prepare goat, and it was still fucking goat, right? What dish do you like that you think a lot of people wouldn't? Um, hmm. That's a tough question for me to answer because if other people don't like the same dish as me, they're wrong. Chitlins? You know what I fucking love that a lot of people I've run into don't like? Collard greens. I will eat the fuck out of collard greens for like just all of them. They're delicious. I don't really like. I mean, like caviar, like beluga caviar, is just tastes like fucking crunchy salt. I like kefir, the good type with the chunks. See, I don't like mine chunky. I don't fucking ew. Thanks, Taco Man. Yeah, I like roe. I ate a shitload of sushi, probably more than I should. I'll just search Jamaican beef patties, and they look amazing. They fucking are. I don't want to drink anything with chunks. That's why I don't like boba. Beef patties and like chopped cheese hot pocket. You're a fucking trog, Bob. No, I've had head cheese, and it's not good. Also, prions. I love the description. Caviar tastes like crunchy salt. Clip it. Jamaican beef patties same like samosa? No, not at all. I'm telling you guys, these berries are kind of spicy, but there's something about them I can't quite. Squamps, don't eat the fucking poison berries. Someone needs to save him from himself. You just have to look at head cheese to know it's not good. There's no need to put it in your mouth. Isn't salt crunchy without the caviar? I mean, are you frequently chewing rock salt in your food? That's something that restaurants have been doing, like mid-range, like just mid restaurants have been doing way too much lately, is using finishing salt on all their dishes. If you own a shitty-ish restaurant, stop fucking doing that. No one wants to crack their fucking teeth eating your garbage food. My favorite breakfast place closed, and the new owners named it Irregardless. What? That's not even a real word. Scops is like what every mom fears their kid is doing when they get out of sight. Yeah, that's like his whole deal. Celtic salt, 1/4 tablespoon every morning for hydration. All salt's the same. Doesn't matter where it comes from. We go for my parking lot nap. What did I miss? The fucking geese won't leave me alone. Irregardless is only a word because so many stupid people have said it. Have we had the MSG debate yet? And make shit good? MSG is amazing. I want to go see if my food's here. Did Atomic finally finish selling CCs? Mm. 10% return on the day trade. Almost. Fuck. This is Atomic getting squeezed out of his CCs. How are we looking on SPX? 4370, 75. Okay. No worries, Dork. I can. All right. We're falling back to the. Looks like we're falling back towards the 4360 right now. There's still a trickle of call buying coming in, but not enough, apparently. Okay. Huh. De-risking, maybe? Because it doesn't look like it's on the intraday options. Dork. De-risking. No, we'll type it. You're all good, man. There's a place near me that makes calzone with collard greens. Interesting. I'd eat the fuck out of that. I don't even like those. Mm. So good. I've landed in Oklahoma. Why is SPY not at 4,400? Because you're in Oklahoma. There's 4 gaps since last Friday. What do you think we could drop to? I mean, we still have support at 60 and 50. Like the 50-45 support still looks strong. Yields are moving up again. Something interesting happened there, Dork. Core 1 month is turning around on the daily. Should I tell JFresh he's right and they've run out of volatility to sell? I don't want to ignore the like 300 billion in CTA liquidity that can come flooding in on Monday. Those are just fish sticks, Dork. I'm not even mad at him. I don't know what he's just angry about. I assume he's just pissed off at Janet Yellen and taking it out on me. The market's doing irrational things again. What's the difference between de-risking and profit taking? At this price, nothing. But I want to be the one that's pampered. I ran out of credits on Bing trying to make the last set of Peener picks. I haven't given Microsoft money in 12 years. I intend to keep it that way. I don't... Here's what I don't get. Dork, explain this to me, because maybe you get it. Is he mad that I'm not like, oh my god, the market's ripping so hard because the market's ripping? Or is he mad because I'm not saying that and he thinks it's going to reverse really hard? Fubo's tips are doing contractions. Maybe slightly out of season, which doesn't seem to be making anybody happy. Can Fubo run from here? I mean, if it breaks out, yeah. Right now, they're pushing pretty hard to try to keep it from doing that. Dropping like a fucking rock, Dork. You can't do contractions. It shouldn't be a part of English. I won't tolerate it. Okay. Nice. I like it. Yeah, it tracks like a synthetic swap on the position. If I'm managing to take profits and not losing money, even on a CC that's way in the money for far out, I'm still making overall profit in the play. I would have a panic loss in the past. Nice, man. For Fubo, I assume. Fubo's been pretty good for yields. It's like the face value of the swap. Yeah. I doubt Gamma Max for Fubo is relevant. Those values don't really work on stocks that are like sub $5. There's simply not enough strikes for it to be accurate. But Gamma Max on Fubo is at 50 cents. Oh. Have you ever had GME expire in the money and not get exercised right away? Once or twice, pretty rarely though. I haven't actually been assigned on a lot of GME. I generally sell above like delta neutral or gamma max. And usually I'll buy it back before expiry if it's like close. Because I've already made money on the theta at that point, right? Either that de-risking was in response to Hezbollah escalation. That was earlier today. Or to make out of the money calls cheaper because before end of day run to 43.80. I don't think it's really in an effort to make the calls cheaper. It's just an advantageous point to de-risk, right? Like there's enough call support on the chain that they can de-risk a bunch without dropping the price too hard. You think bulls are going to try to pump this end today? I mean, if bulls know where the CTAs are positioned, they don't need to. I think this level offers more than enough stability, right? The only thing that I could see being like really important is having like some padding to hold the upside through the weekend, so they can so they guarantee to hit those triggers. That's why I think they don't seem to be very concerned with like the 4380 through 4400 calls, because the CTAs can just push all that in the money for them. That's been awesome for income generation, share accumulation. That's kind of what I wanted out of it, and I'm glad it's actually had such great yields this whole time. There've been a few points where like short dated CSPs have hit like 10-12% a week. I feel like no matter what option I'm buying or selling on Fubo, it's atomic on the other end. Could be. Kashkari speaking? Where'd you get Kasparov out of that? Commodities Trading Advisor. Encrusted Scrumpty. How long do you think until folks live in a trailer on their distant cousin's farmland because they had to walk away from their mortgage? 6 months? 1 or 2 years? Are you asking because you want to buy their house, or are you asking because you need to set the trailer up on your farm? Both. I mean, I don't know. Ask your cousin. Decline in the real estate market is determined by a lot of factors. It could be faster, it could be slower. Even if houses get cheaper, though, you're not going to want to mortgage them with like a 12% mortgage, right? So houses are going to have to get a lot cheaper. Otherwise, the market for buyers is going to dry up. Man, this food is making me sweat my ass off. Fuck. I think Scotch bonnet's the top of the pepper family. It's like the last pepper that still has heat and flavor. I think once you go beyond the Scotch bonnet, it's just heat. $43.65 having significant interest. It's one of the higher interest strikes, yeah. Highest. Second or third highest. Look at goes bond yields to reverse and pump to new highs. Yen dropping. Dollar increasing. The persistent flow of short covering on bonds stopping for 3 days. Think about it. If they're covering on bonds, why? Why do you cover shorts? Come on, you guys can do this. I believe in you. Well, they're not losing money, right? Yields were like the highest they've been in like 10 years, 20 years almost. Risk of holding the position is not worth it. Manage risk. Okay, well, there's two reasons. You either think that you've realized the full potential value of the short and you're taking profits, or you think the position is going to move against you and you're removing risk. Both of these are the same thing, right? But they have different intentions, right? They would also be realized at different speeds. Like if you were removing risk, you might see shorts pulled back at breakneck speed, right? If you're taking profits, you do it slowly over time. Now, if you're short bonds, right, and you're pulling back your short position for one of these two reasons, that means you think bonds are either going to sit there and do nothing, that no further upside yield is going to be realized, or you're afraid the position is going to move against you rapidly. Now, given that bonds have dropped like a rock over the last 6 days, I would say that the move is definitely fast. It doesn't seem to be calm or collected. It's coming right on the back of the YCC change, which is more than just a coincidence. And what are bonds inverse? Equities. Very good. These are negatively correlated. Penises? Oh, dang. You knew the right answer, too, Dork. It was right on the tip of your tongue. So if you're short bonds, then you're what equities? And if you're long equities, you're short what? The answer isn't bonds. Come on, there's one more. There you go. So, hold on. Just give me 1 second. All right, where was I? Okay. You're getting that theta decaying corpse. Because that allows you to exit your short position without. I'm going to get to that part, but give me a second. So, if you need to cover your bond short, but you don't want to get squeezed out of your bond short, how do you do that? How do you make it safe to cover your bond short? You would go long equities, short vol, right? There you go. Yep. And so what that does, and that'll get it back to you, theta decaying corpse, is it means that large swaths of participants are not going to view the action in the bond market as negative, right? And you can exit your short bond position before bond demand increases. If people think everything's going to be fine and volatility is down and equities are massively up, they're not going to want bonds, right? Why would you want fucking bonds when equities are moving? Especially when they're moving the entirety of the yield curve in 5 days. Like, we've exceeded the peak yield in 6-day returns, right? And everyone's going to be like, I want to buy equities. This is amazing. I know one thing. If the carry trade collapsed, I would not want to be short US Treasuries. Like I said the other day, I don't think people grasp the importance of Japan's decision. This is absolutely the top. I will say that upside gamma's flattening out, but they may just buy again into close. I'll clip it. I mean, Japan's decision essentially removes the controls from their yields. So they have handed over the reins of their monetary policy to market participants with no assurances in place that the yield will be kept to any kind of limit. Um, so as long as, so the more now, the more the banks lean into the carry trade, the tighter the spread will become. But there's no other route to lend profitably, right? Was the speed of the pump evidence that a reversal will be quick as well? Not slightly, right? Like the momentum of the upside move is very strong, but it's also strong for several other reasons. So I wouldn't say that it's conclusive that that means a quick reversal, right? Um, like there's a lot of other factors. You have the fact that like gamma is squeezing up. Several short positions were blown out and squeezed out on the way up. Um, there are more short positions that can still be squeezed out. So all of that plays a role as well, and not all of that's mechanical, right? So you can't really say that the intention behind the pump is that it squeezes. It's simply an effect of the pump. So what was yesterday's tweet about? I must say I'm enjoying your frolickings in social media. Which one? That's about the CTA liquidity. Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about the GDP thing? Why are TLT puts so cheap? Look at March or April. Well, yields are moving the other way, so the market maker is not going to price as much risk into them. So the same like you handing your large reports over to the pickle jar pools. God no, I would never do that. No, it's more controlled than that, but it adds a significant amount of risk for participants that are leveraging that trade. WeBull didn't record my Green Day on my paper account yesterday. Dude, in the margin account, because I have that 12,000 C that's always underwater, um, for like 2027. Any day where I don't, where I like my options value does not exceed the total loss on this contract is counted as negative P&L. I don't know why they do the math that way, but they do. GDP versus receipts. Oh, I mean, tax receipts quarterly from corporations should directly mirror growth in GDP, right? You're taxed on the rate of your profitability, and yet since the end of quarter 4 last year to quarter 3 of this year, tax receipts are down 10% year over year. Yet GDP is climbing at a rate of 4.9%, which makes no fucking sense. There's been no revision to the tax code, not since Trump. Not many equities will give you growth or even 4% yield. That's why bonds are the best bet still. I mean, bonds are the best bet to preserve cash against inflation, but they're not necessarily the best bet to grow wealth. It's more of they're better for preservation, and their attractiveness is in line with that. I didn't reopen Siri calls. I've just had them the whole time. So GDP is going up, but corporate income taxes are down. Healthy. Yeah, right? The point stands, Bips Solar Bear. I said major revisions. Good job, Dork. Get him. Break of 43.65 could take us to 43.70. Believe it or not, yeah. Frubert's about to get sold. I've gone mod with power. Nice. How long can they keep getting away with this? Away with what? Where did the break of 43.75 take us? Or 43.70? Yeah, 75. Government spending money on non-profitable things. GDP up, corporate taxes down. No. Well, some of it's government spending, sure, but not that. It doesn't account for that much of a disparity. Hold on one second. Siri volume. Check DM. What do we got, Dork? Just a little bit. This margin cash seam like shit that they set up on WeBull is awesome. S&P 500 is having a really good week. Wall Street Journal. Chat GPT told me that Gherkin and the SPX soar near before seeing heights in power hour. Cool. Have you entered long puts? No, I mean, I still have a few, but I haven't entered more. I think if we close above 43.50, we're going to squeeze up again into the beginning of next week. Do you think Fubo apps are donezo already? No, but I wanted to close that position today. That was just for a day trade. I funded the cash account on this, but it hasn't like settled yet. So I can only trade stocks. But I made like a nice 9%. Could be worse. I can't trade options on the cash account yet. I should be able to by like Monday. Yeah, shorts want other people to come in and short bonds so they get liquidity to get out. Otherwise, you don't have a buyer. You tweeted that it would be such a great idea for everybody to go short bonds like weeks before he got out of his short bond position. The need for liquidity was pretty obvious. Have you heard about housing skew due to mortgage buy downs artificially inflating additional stealth downturn on top of where we are already? This inflates comparables, etc. Interesting. Send me the paper. Move up next week, likely to continue with most of the moves happening overnight versus intraday. That's possible, yeah. Are you going to accrue a good faith violation for selling back the stock before it settled? No, as long as I don't use the cash that settled again. So I had buying power for stock. I just didn't have options buying power yet. There's like a hold on options approval. So yeah, Webull lets you have two accounts now, which it never used to. But you can, well, it did, but it was like you could have an IRA and then a main account. But now you can have an IRA, a cash account, and a margin account, all with the same login. So this is like the margin account for the stream, and then I set up a cash account for the stream also, which is what I traded the Fubo on today. So I'm gonna have both. So you can do cash account strategies and margin account strategies, and all I have to do is click a button to switch back and forth, which is awesome. The buy down, isn't this the American version of what China's doing with their gold bar bullshit? There's okay, yeah, similar. How do you set it up? You just open. So once you have a margin account, you can just open a cash account. Previously, Webull would only let you have one or the other. And if you wanted to go from margin back to cash, you had to close your margin account. They also have a sort of savings account. Yeah, the cash account does that. The 5%, whatever. There are a lot of builder concession advertisements compared to a month ago. They're pushing 15 to 25K incentives and 5.99% financing. If the house was below market value, that might be worth it. Is Aqua gonna short Japanese bonds now? Probably. Wish brokers like Webull and IBKR were widely available everywhere. IBKR is the only option for a good broker where I live, but you need a 10K cash to open an account. You're outside of the US, I imagine. Futures. I'm actually pretty satisfied with Webull. Their ads are annoying as fuck. They've missettled my spreads like 7 times. So watch them on that. Yeah, IBKR is definitely one of the best. How much did they missettle? At one time it was for like 3 grand. They negatively settled positive, like winning spreads. So I should have settled positive and like as a credit, and they settled it as a debit. That was annoying. It was even more annoying to get it fixed. I've had them like settle off of um like the closing candle instead of the closing, like the actual closing price a couple times, which can be significant. Um, that was like 3 times, and then another time they debited me for credit spreads. Is it a bad idea to slowly sell CCs above 3 as price rises? Probably, because FUBA is still very illiquid. Selling covered calls is a bad idea when the underlying is super illiquid and going through a period of covering. I'm convinced WeBull is shady. They're not shady. It's just like there's issues between the front end, which is like shady Chinese software, and the back end, which is a major bank. People were screeching about being a weekly bull flag on NQ, new all-time high guaranteed end of year. I hope they have to file bankruptcy for Christmas. We'll see. If Tesla gets into the negative charm, where can it drop? Considering calls may capitulate. I don't think that's a concern right now. That's at like 219. Negative charms, like the charm's gonna move down with the call interest building today. Maybe Monday it'll drop, but probably not a lot. Maybe like 212. I don't know yet though. I don't have the like closing OI data yet. But they're not buying to open bonds, right? They're buying to close. I will say that once they're no longer short bonds, they're probably going to be want to be long them, and then that could be the same like short vol bear trap or long vol bull trap, long vol bull trap. Yeah. No. I have buy orders on AMKBY at 6 and 510. Why is VIX creeping? Derisking? Any predictions on what the revised dot plot is going to look like? I think it's going to be just as hawkish as the prior one, and probably a little more so due to the increase in inflation over the last quarter. So slightly more hawkish than the last one. I see a very good case for rates staying where they're at or moving slightly higher through the rest of 2024 with no cuts. What's the situation with GME? What do you think comes next? Nothing. I mean, Cohen's just going into like survival mode. XRT's on Reg Show. There might be like a covering event um, at some point in the near future. Outside of that, I don't really see much happening for it. I didn't think 5 seemed possible. It could. I mean, you probably need a financial crisis or something, but it could happen. I will say them cutting 10,000 jobs is really good for the dividend. Which I don't see it being as good as last year, but I still expect it to be pretty substantial. Well, earlier this year, I guess. If rates remain high for the whole of next year, do you think there's any chance we can see a new all-time high on SPX? No. Do you think we could fall back to 43.60, bounce back to 65, then fail the 60 again? We can, I mean, if you're asking if we can stay locked up in the range that we're in, sure, but we're starting to lose call interest on the top end of the range at like 70, 75, 65 starting to fall off now. Interest is pretty flat. I would say yeah, we'll see what happens, but right now nothing's really going on. So we're just kind of hung up here, like between 60 and 70. I think RC will offer shares on the next pump to get more runway. No. It'd piss off the whatever's left of the C-suite, right? YouTube's acting weird again. I don't know. Why is RC so bad at running a business? I mean, I get it. I get it over the first year or so, right? Where they're focusing on cutting costs and hitting profitability targets, right? And making sure that the company stops bleeding. But to do all of that over that period of time without having any plan for what comes next and how you're going to build out revenue streams and grow, like they should have been doing that concurrently. And they should have been doing it while rates were low. He could have gotten, like, in 2021, he could have gotten all the fucking debt he wanted, right? At, 5%, 3%. But it's not like he can go to the debt market now. So today is basically the same as last Friday, but reversed. No? Funny that his whole thing was e-commerce Wonder Boy with Chewy. Yeah, I know. Let me be clear. I don't, outside of some sort of event, I don't think we're going down Monday if we close above 43.50 today. Chimmy's gonna dominate Web3. Oh wait, they closed their wallet. Yeah. That wasn't a very good idea. Nothing like bandwagoning the back of crypto winter to really show off your entrepreneurial skills. Is it like Plankton saying, I didn't think it'd get this far? Whatever they had planned was squashed by the distrust slash crash in the crypto market. Now they're probably back to square one. But it was a shitty idea to begin with. That's not what he should have been focusing on. Chimmy's a retailer. What a fucking, just a waste of time and money. They didn't throw $1 billion away on crypto scams. It wasn't that much money. No, I'm not on TikTok. RC should have never retweeted that comment by Pulte. Yeah. I think we'll see T in the 16 to 18 range in the next 6 months. I expect it has some growth potential. I'm mostly in it for the dividend, but I do think it can. I do think it can recover some of its prior valuation. RC shouldn't tweet. That I agree with even more. I feel they're way too deep though. You can do a lot with a billion. No, you can't. A billion's nothing. With a smile and a TikTok account, you can make dozens of dollars a day. Eh. The only way I'm doing TikTok is if I can go only like I only go live in China. I want to be one of the wholesome Chinese TikTok influencers. I don't want to be one of the American ones. There's no guidance because he doesn't have a fucking plan. Are you able to get some rest this weekend? Maybe. I got a lot of shit to do. Do you be one of those guys that films himself eating or drinking an absurd amount of food, alcohol? No. Me and Dork are working on setting up an OnlyFans account. I'm gonna be an OnlyFans agent. That's gonna be my next foray into entrepreneurial business, like an e-pimp. Yeah, e-pimp. We were discussing this last night. I've got all kinds of plans. The number of trading course shills you'd encounter. Ooh, you'd boil your hemoglobin in a day. Yeah, I can't deal with that shit. I just get irrationally angry. Chinese medicine gurus would be after you to improve their sex drive with dried centaur hoof. There's no evidence that dried centaur hoof has any effect on the male libido, Fluffy. AI chat thoughts. Ghork's on OnlyFans with his shirt off teaching options. Whatever gets people to pay attention. No, a guy at work swears by centaur hoof. It works. Yeah, that is fun. AI powered strip quizzes. We're gonna make so much money generating things. What better way? Do you think April's enough theta if I want to play some additional downside on TLT? I'm looking at April 185p, 85p, averaging down contract price. Wait, what? 190. April might be fine, but you might want to wait till the dot plot. Since our hoof is for low blood pressure, not libido. It's such a common misunderstanding. I think there's any zero DT plays left, or a solid chance Friday vol shut down for any more $10 moves either way. I don't know, this looks pretty fucking boring. Can you pump the market one more time? No? Also, someone's taking profit on in the money calls right now. Man, why is it, dude? SPX looks like it's like we're at like closing bell. Like the amount of interest falling off the chain is insane. Are they that confident they could just keep it at 43.65? Calm the fuck down, Bob. All right. Fubo is doing a thing. Ugh. 420. Ugh. A few dollars for some Ricola. Get better. Thanks, 420. You know what? I actually have some of those somewhere. I forgot to get them. I'm gonna IWM's pumping, yeah. Man, I'm kind of fucking pissed right now. I just went in my bathroom and somebody like raided my medicine cabinet. I gotta stop bringing dirty thoughts into my apartment. Gee, I wonder who did that. Cough, cough. Drunk friend? Oh, yeah, maybe. I don't know. It could have been her. I don't want to get too accusy because it could also be like a couple, several other people. I'm trying to remember the last time I went in my medicine cabinet for anything. Did you have any goodies? I think there was like a bottle of antibiotics and like old fucking painkillers. One from when I had a implant done on my one of my molars, and then really really old painkillers from my knee surgery. Nope, the antibiotics are gone, and one of the bottles of painkillers. They were like 6 years old. They still work. Were the bottles sealed? Yeah, they were like they have like child caps on them. No, Yaga. It wasn't amoxicillin, it was like doxycycline or whatever. 1 second. I always use as few pain meds as possible after my surgeries. I try not to use them at all if I can. Could do better. Yuck. Yeah, it's kind of shitty. They could have just asked. I would have given them to them. I don't give a shit. What was weird is they took the codeine, but there's like a 7-year-old bottle of Oxycontin in there with like 80 pills in it, and they're like the strong ones. What an amateur, yeah, amateur, exactly. It was J-Paw. He can't get in there. So keep medicine in the medicine cabinet if you shower in there regularly. Oh, interesting. Wait, GTX is leaking from where the coil goes into the tank? Should I inspect the coil or the tank? It's probably the coil, the seals. How long have you had the coil in there? The tank itself doesn't have any seals. Only the coil does. What do you mean a little while? Have you not changed the coil in like months? I've changed it. All right. Yeah, I mean, usually the only time I've ever had a leak on it is if the coil was bad. You should change them like every couple of weeks or like every few bottles of liquid. Even if you burn it like really clean, the canthal can start off gassing nastier shit over time. Cause the like, well, it depends on what vape juices you use. If you use really clean ones that don't have a lot of flavoring, then they can last a lot longer. But otherwise, over time, like the resistance in the coil will increase, which makes the coil burn hotter. And at higher temperatures, you can start burning off like chromium, which is in the canthal, and you don't want to inhale that shit. No, I did for a little while. That almost sounds worse than just smoking menthols. No, it's definitely not. Not even comparable. I'm pretty sure tobacco already has heavy metals in it. Should I put a stop on my Netflix 400p's? JK, those are long gone. I hope so. A prepackaged pack has worse than heavy metals. Yeah, that's true. It does. So do several other brands of dark chocolate. Yeah, I mean, from like a risk standpoint, vaping is significantly safer than smoking. Although there's not a lot of long-term studies done yet. The number of chemicals produced by the two reactions are drastically different. Like they're both bad for you, right? But one is much lower risk. Yeah, see, I still won't use the pre-built ones because I don't trust them to use like good quality metals in the coils. Also, like as the battery life decays, that changes the resistance. Similar to the way like an old coil will degrade over time. And since you can't recharge the disposables, that's really bad. I have to miss power hour again today. No worries, man. Shoot me one before you go and I'll be all right. Is there a possibility we just move up more after 4,400? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. How do you feel about one of those reversal plays that we were talking about earlier right now? I don't love it. I don't like the way positioning's set up. I don't like how little profit taking's been going on. Like, there's been a decent amount of it out of the money, but the out the money, like, we're seeing increases now in 65 and 70. I still think our like closing target is going to be somewhere between 65 and 75. So I'm not particularly fond of playing a reversal here. Even if we did reverse, it's like back down to 60. It's not a very big move. And you might have to be quick, because if they're gonna buy the dip and reverse it, you're just gonna get blown out immediately. I think LG. This one has an internal battery, the one I'm using now. But I used to use LG and the other ones that I've had. Well, you have lower voltage coming off the battery, but you also have decay in the coil itself. And the pre-builts are far more prone to like shorting. And if the coil's short, even on low voltage, they can overheat really, really fast. Have you seen trade spottings? No, I don't pay attention to that. It sounds like nonsense. This is like that video last year when he said it was going to $4. Is the up until OPEX down after, up until dot plot down after? That's what I'm thinking. Going to have lower or higher lows, do you think? Probably higher lows. Remember when you did a stream with him and made fun of his... I never made fun of his accent. I didn't really have that hard of a time understanding him. But I also lived there when I, like, well, not in Scotland, but in England when I was little. Helps. Still can't understand what the fuck the Welsh are saying, but nobody can. Jamie's not going to run at all if XRT stays on reg show. You were always real courteous and humble with the people you streamed with. That doesn't sound like me. Everybody in the comments said I was an asshole. Conceited. Planning to move money into the live account in November. I'm wondering if the timing to short is prime for entries in 2 weeks or so. SLD could get nasty. I mean, if they're going to make vol free, then yeah, SLD could. I don't think I went. Well, I actually did go to a Catholic school. I think it was Catholic. I don't know if it was Catholic. Protestant? It was like a Protestant school. Although they had nuns. Did the Protestants have nuns? Maybe it was Catholic.
Thanks, Heath. I don't attack you guys. Me saying things you don't want to hear is not attacking you. Did a priest touch you in your naughty spot? No. No, I stayed away from one-on-one encounters with male priests. My grandma warned me when I was like 4. She was like, they'll rape you. And I was like, whoa. And I was like, she was like, yep. Isn't it kind of sick that everyone's known about the priests for like 60 years? Dude, everyone's known about the priests for like 600 years. But that's like, you know, part of that is the responsibility of the parent, right? And for 500 years before this century, that was enough. Parents just didn't leave their kids alone with priests, right? Yeah, like you, exactly. You don't let your 16-year-old daughter go to Epstein Island. You don't leave your 12-year-old son at a church alone. That's your only job. You don't have I mean, I don't think parenting's that hard. Make sure that they're fed, educated, not cunts, and that they don't get diddled, right? It's a just do that. I don't think I have a cold. I just have I like threw my voice out. The not cunts part can be surprisingly tricky. Yeah, apparently. The 4380 Callaway picking up? No, not a lot. No, not a lot. Maybe for Monday? I'm not really looking at that right now, though. I'll check Monday, see what it looks like. Just don't have kids. Well, yeah, but if you're gonna, you know, or you accidentally have one. I don't know how that works, but I guess if you don't want to hedge your position. Greedy, though. It was just a 0 DTE play at open. That's what happened to Tesla. It ran, and then everyone took profits on it.
3K a month for kids? It's ridiculous. Not putting on a condom is not God's will. God gave you free will. You just squandered it. All right, so a little bit more 80 interest for Monday. So I would say, yeah, possibly. Possibly 80. Not a lot of zero DT interest on the 80 strike, but quite a bit on Monday. You cannot prove that. Kids are not that expensive. They eat like an equivalent of 2 bites and maybe wear 10 diapers a day. Oh, sweet summer child. Here's the problem. Here's the real problem. Everybody is like, I'm never having kids. Those are the people who would probably be the best parents. I'm not sick. I loved my kids. Oh, but that was after, right? That's not fair. Don't tell me you spent your entire pregnancy just like, oh my god, I can't wait. This is gonna be the best. Why are never having kids the best parents? Fucking hated pregnancy, but the kids love them. Phrasing what in the past tense? You're not my kid. No. Random collection of 30 to 50-year-old online men. Most of you are older than me. Jen said the word she loved her kids. Well, they do grow up. And there's really just no controlling what they become. The Ghorks are dope. I'm old enough to be your dad, Ghork. Probably. Kids just cost more and more money as they get older, right? And then you've already like kids are the ultimate sunk cost fallacy. Because, at first, yeah, it's a few bites of food and some diapers. Then it's daycare, right? And then you're like, fuck, man, I put all this money into him or her. They can't turn out like a piece of shit. I better make sure they go to good schools so they can take care of me when I'm old and shitting my pants. And then you got to pay for private school, right? Even if you're poor, you want to, right? Because that's your ticket out because you already fucked up your own life. And so, and then the costs just keep mounting, right? If they don't really take off from that point and start getting other people to pay for raising them, then you've got like, you've got to pay for private school and high school, then you got to like pay for them through 4 years of college, and if they still haven't found any success by then, you might have to pay for a master's degree. I mean, fuck. And then they're gonna live with you the whole time, so you can never bang in the kitchen again. Do you think James Rowland parents know that he preys upon the mentally feeble? He is the mentally feeble. It's This sounds horrible. Imagine paying for your kids to get a liberal arts degree. I mean, that's only something you can do if you are also successful, right? I mean, I've said it before, that's the American dream, is to become rich enough that your children can be useless. It's like, oh, you want to be a TikTok influencer? Awesome. Good, you do it. That's when you've succeeded in life. Not them, but you. See, that's what I'm but that I already brought that up, BOFH. If they got a history degree, now you've got to pay for them to get a master's because you can only wipe your ass with the history degree once. Wrong? The dream is to become rich enough that your entire bloodline can become useless. Yeah, but do you really care about, like, nobody actually cares about that. No one's thinking that many generations ahead. How fucking holy fuck, how high is Nvidia gonna go? Um Still got a pretty decent amount of room to run. 60? I said I was never gonna have kids. Now I'm the best parent. Yep. You can't take someone's education away from them, so it's always worth it. That's not true. Brain damage. I'm standing in DDS? Like you went to a Dillard's? Why? My dad had a history degree, my mom had a degree, English degree, and I'm a librarian. We're steeped in mediocrity. Later, Dork. I said I was never gonna have kids, and I got a vasectomy. That's really committing. I'm going to my sister's baby shower tomorrow. I'll get pressured into having kids. Do you have a solid deflection? Just sit everyone down and tell them that you found out that you're infertile. And then they'll feel bad if they bring it up. I accidentally gave myself a vasectomy during one of my videos, but everything turned out fine. It's gonna be a lot of work in the editing room though. Nice, but I'm Mexican. I don't know if the infertility thing would work. Why not? Just be like you found out you had a rare condition and you're not going to be able to have children. Google one. I don't. My girlfriend and I can't have kids. Not the way we do it. Jimmy Carr. Oh, God. Yuck. Yeah, that's what I got out of it. Think we'll see any profit taking at 43.75? No, why? I keep telling you guys up, but for some reason it seems like a lot of you have puts. I don't know why. I don't understand it. You think there's a little Ghork running around there that you don't know about? Probably like a 70% chance, yeah. I literally only have calls. I feel like a trader. Just think of it like you're stealing the bull's money. That'll help you cope. You can also say that you're trying like crazy, describe it in detail, and ask for tips on positions and stuff. I sold my calls earlier when they were up 33%. Did you miss my groundbreaking new strategy of buying straddles at close and then just holding them into the next close? Yes. The answer is yes. You did, didn't you? I'm like saving my 4390 zero DTE up. No, probably not. You went way too far out of the money. Will you strangle into next week? No, VIX is at like 15. Why would I strangle? I feel so much better about how down my puts are because of how much I made on calls. It's a good feeling. My father-in-law says if you curl your toes when you finish, it's gonna be a girl. That sounds like it's coming from experience. Yeah, I'm in the crowd play. He has 3 girls. Last child was his boy. Ask him what he did to keep his toes from curling. I want to know more. Who has all those puts on XRT? What about those toe spreader things? And where's the? Oh, okay. It's Chinese. The foot binding is Chinese, I believe. Tradition. Coming from experience, is this the NC-17 Friday stream? No. That was pretty PG-13. The MPA has a lot more shit to get through nowadays. As long as there's no nudity, and if there's nudity, yeah, it's rated R or worse. But violence or sexual innuendo, yeah, you're pretty much capped at PG-13. Ghork, red candle. Okay. I sold CCs on Fubo and it pretty much immediately dropped. Am I the baddie? That's possible. I'm not Chinese. Why would you think I was Chinese? I don't know where Target's gonna close. It's the same like we think you're Persian. Yeah, I'm not Persian either. It's ridiculous. No, I said foot binding was Chinese, not Japanese. I don't say I was. Face melting candle to 4380. Not yet. Hmm. All right, let's see. Call buying is ticking up at 75. Yeah, this is the time to pump into their giant pile of 80s. If they're gonna. Or we fall back to 65? Ooh, that's gross. They're buying calls and the price is falling. We've still got so much time. They used up all their green bean energy this morning when we went up 30 basis points in 1 minute. Yeah. Reversing a bit? Maybe. Interesting. I just realized you're watching Siri. Expect pumps or just mid caps all moving? I think just mid caps are moving, but Siri liquidity is really tight. Last I looked, the borrow rate was still pretty high. It had fallen, but it was still kind of up there. Yeah, it's like 34.75%, which is nuts given how huge the float is. Yeah, close above could trigger CTAs. I'm still straddling. There are 2 ongoing wars right now. Also, Japan's got shit going on Sunday night. Like I think their PMI comes out and their minutes for the policy meeting are going to come out. How many DTE is going to be your straddle? I'll probably pick up the call side for Tuesday. Put side for the 17th. No, I'm gonna equally weight it. Well, maybe not. I might get a few extra calls. It'll be equally weighted by premium, so that should leave me with more calls. Is Fubo looking like it'll go higher next week? Yeah, as long as the markets stay strong, Fubo looks pretty good. Fubo should have more ETF FTDs next week too. Oops. Delta is moving positive. Support. There's too much money. So sold some 3cc November 17 on Fubo. Do you think this was too early? Yeah, might be. I don't know. I wouldn't be selling covered calls on Fubo until it gets more liquid. I had a cough drop. How much do you normally put into your straddles? Anywhere from like 150 to 250. No, it's usually like 50 to 75 contracts. Shorts de-risking the GME $14 strikes? No, I don't think so. Do you like Airbnb December 15 115p? These are more to the upside, probably, right? Maybe wait a bit. I'd probably wait. It's part of the S&P, right? So I feel like a baller when I buy too. Well, I mean it's a hedged position, right? So you're using a lot of like portfolio margin, so you can make it pretty big without without really using up all your margin. And on days where it massively underperforms, you're really happy to have 2% on a larger amount of total capital. Sold 350 cc's on my entire Fubo position and totally okay with it if they get assigned. All right. Kramer said bond shorts are getting squeezed. Interesting. See, this is the problem is I take the cough drop and then I get a cough.
1 second. I mean, it's not called a don't cough drop. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Everything you say to me takes me one step closer to a hedge. Now I'm about to bank. I love you, Ghork. Also, I have purple yogurt if you need a throat massage. Thanks, man. I appreciate that, milkman. I don't know. My problem with the 65 put here is if you buy it, the second it taps 65, everyone's going to close their puts. Do you have any lemon juice? I have lemons. I could juice them. I know a thing or two about squeezing. Yeah, we saw some de-risking today, actually. A little bit. Honey, just use honey. Does it have to be local honey? I haven't tried Gregorian chant. So BlackRock just shuts down options on the SPY, so XSP gets more liquidity. And open up 0.5 strikes, please. I'm doing it right. Thanks, Kurt's publicist. Do we still get more upside into next week? Yeah, I think so. We'll see, but I think so. I checked out my Cardano today and I successfully turned $100 into $17.50. So you're saying there's a chance? Oh.
Not a hedge SPY at this point in the pump. I still think it's bullish for next week. Buy a put debit spread. Yeah, you could get one like out of the money. They're probably cheap. Out of the money debit spreads are usually a great way to hedge because they're not very capital intensive. So you don't care if you lose the money on them. This hasn't reversed quite yet. That's interesting. Put selling. Fubo's up more today than GME. Yeah, I know. They're different stocks. So what happens if we close below 43.50? CTA don't buy in, stalling out the pump. Yeah, it could leave us trading like really flat and kind of trying to find liquidity into next week. Or risk off will start to wear away at it'll start to erode the call positioning. Either way, not getting the trigger over the weekend's really, really bad for the Bulls. I don't know how afraid they are of the Bank of Japan minutes, but I don't think they're going to close out a ton going into the weekend. For the weekend, an at the money call a bad idea? I mean, if you're not going to hedge it, yeah, it probably is. This is interesting. There's like 30 minutes left. How much money does the Chicago Transit Authority have for pumpies? Billions. Hundreds of billions.
Uh,
No, I still haven't bought any tack. It's in my range, but I think it can still go lower. Do you think oil could see a bounce over the weekend? I mean, if the conflict escalates, yeah. Bought an 1110 4400C at 65, then hedged with a put debit spread at 62, and I'm immune to profits. Well, hopefully not for long. Uh, Are they pumping? Uh, I wouldn't particularly define it as pumping, but some puts took profits. They really need to hold 70 here because I think if they don't, they could lose 50 during the future session. Any more fun zero DT ideas? Well, there's no more zero DTs on the Mag 7 till next Friday. Next to a mostly dormant volcano. That's the perfect place to live. Every day's a gamble. I like it. I hope to see you back soon, Visceral. Congrats on the move, man. Yeah, losing 170 here is actually really bad for the Bulls. The ones I bought this morning, yeah. Is there an order book for options retail has access to? I think Fidelity will give you like by per contract. So if you open up like the SPX chain, maybe not. Oh, hold on, let's see. Let's say the 65 put. Yeah, I'll give you the order book for it. But you can only like one contract at a time. You're not gonna be able to see it. That may be a quick 570. Nice. So my take profits just below the big piles. That's fine. Thanks. The downside support for Monday is not very good. So if bulls don't get this back up above 70 before the end of today, which is getting further out of reach, you're going to be in kind of deep shit. Fuck, Fubo right back under 3 into close. Bostic's opening his mouth. Is he freaking speaking today? I hate that shit for brands. Hedge funds tilt 3% plus to buy overall, but HT Desks is seeing a 22% buy skew. HF demand is concentrated across ETFs, which are 44% to buy, while REITs, materials, and staples also tilt to the buy side. Hedge funds are selling healthcare and energy. Oh, all right. You got it, Dead Rabbit. Congrats, man. The amount of resistance we've seen to the upside today, how likely is this to fall back down and at least consolidate into next week? It's going to depend on the CTA trigger. If the CTAs flip long, which they should, because we're above their long triggers, into close. But if they flip long into Monday, there's going to be a whole lot more buy side liquidity. No, it means go up. Commodity trading advisors. It's like leverage traders, futures usually. So let's say we hold 43.50 but lose it Monday morning. They may not. They hit all my stops. It's reasonable. Do the overnight gaps from the last few days mean anything? No, not really. I just said. I literally just told. Rewind the stream 2 minutes. Darb. How much longer dated is your put side? 10/17 or 11/17. We're close enough to gamma neutral now that I'm gonna start buying the put side for the OPEX expiration. If CTAs go long, they'll probably gap up in the pre-market. Isn't Yellen selling a ton of 5-year duration over the next 6 months? She's selling a ton of all the duration over the next 6 months. She's just selling slightly less of the longer duration over the next two. Fuck her. Ugh. Still profit taking here. 60 the bottom. Hit you with an ad? I don't want to find the thing. I'm sure if Fubo cost to borrow went up. They don't want it closing with the $3 calls in the money. Makes sense. Oh. Oh, okay. So tiny borrow rate increase. If it closes at 43.65, is this bearish or choppish? Closing at 43.65 would be pretty bullish. It'd be better if they close at 70. They have more support on Monday, but they can still buy options for Monday for the next few minutes. Closing 70 or 60 is tricky because yeah, we could open Monday under 50 if we close here. There's not a lot of time left either. I think it's the future of mail. No. No, that would be email Squamsk. Are you hedging crowd at all? Probably not. I mean, that's why I took puts for over the weekend, right? Or well, more puts. I didn't go like 2-1 on the straddle. Because yeah, there is a war going on right now. Don't forget that going into this weekend. Close above 45.50. CTA pumps us. As long as we can hold that price in the futures trading session. But closing this low is really risky. If we're closing higher, then CTAs wouldn't be as pressured. But closing under 43.60 is pretty bad. I mean, we're like $8 off their long term trigger. No, I'm like I'm a little bit call favored, but the calls are shorter dated. So I have 4270 calls for Tuesday, and then 4270 puts for Friday the 17th. Nice, Navy Nuke. You too, man. Have a great weekend. They're both wars. You starting to feel sick now? No, not really. You're strangling? Oh, no, I have calls and puts at 4370. Fucking tired though. Nice. Enjoy your lunch, Washington beef. Interesting. So they just gave up all of their call positioning into the end of the day. Huh. I wish I could even more puts. Ooh. Okay, well, that's not that impressive then. Yeah, they're buying calls at 55 and 50 for Monday. I mean, the Bulls aren't getting stomped. There aren't any bears, right? It's just taking profit on in the money calls. Like it's not a lot of put buying into close. But they're building up like call walls on Monday at 50 and 55. Big ones. Ding ding. Well, not the best close for the Bulls. We closed at the lowest gamma strike for Monday's expiration, which was 40, which is like 43.60. They picked up a bunch of in the money calls at 50 and 55, and then 70 and 75 have a lot of interest, but we're kind of right in the middle of the range between those going into close today. I mean, this could technically slip 50 during futures trading, and if it does, CTAs may not trigger, and if they don't, bulls are going to have a really hard time finding any liquidity in this range. So, adds to a little bit of bearish potential on Monday. I still don't think we're going to see the underside of 4,300 for a little while, but well, yeah, a little bit more potential for the CTAs not to squeeze out. And that'll depend on futures behavior, which just bounced here at close, so maybe they just hold it. VIX down to 15, almost $15 at close today. VIX futures 16.15. Dixie down almost 100 basis points on the day. Yen trading at 149.50. USD JPY. Yields down across the board, but they moved up a little bit into close there. So we kind of saw them climb back a little. Correlation starting to bottom out, so you know we might be getting close to a top here, but we may not be at one just yet. We'll have to see. The carry trade is breaking down, but the Japanese 10-year note is kind of just traded flat all the way into the end of today. We're starting to see yields pull back a little bit, and volatilities maybe bottoming here at like -6%. Obviously, Monday's moves will tell us a lot more about where this is headed over the next week. But right now, I mean, CTAs are at risk, and there's a pretty good chance that we see them get squeezed out into the beginning of next week, especially once the negativity of Apple earnings is fully off the table and Mag 7 can pump a little more freely. RSP again, kind of the all-star here, up 164 basis points today. Significantly ahead of NQ, which is up like 125. That's kind of a better measurement of Mag 7. Russell up today, 281 points. So we're seeing like damn near a short squeeze in small caps. It's probably bleeding over to mid caps a little bit, and we're starting to see some interest in Fubo pickup and Upstart and even GME. I mean, it didn't close down today, right? Like it didn't do great, but it didn't close down. Series up. Those didn't really get affected that much. HE is up, so a little bit of interest in the mid caps. Maybe some utility flows pushing the Russell 1000 a bit. But I'll have more information. We get a chance to look over the options data tonight. I want to kind of see how this structure is building out for the upside, because there was some weakness in it earlier today and a little bit into close as well. And the more we stagnate under gamma neutral, the greater the chance of all this price action turning around, right? And if it does turn around, they haven't de-risked all that much, so we could quickly move back to levels we were at previously. Yeah, that's about it. I'll let you guys know more on Saturday when we get some opportunity to pour over the data this weekend. So I'll see you, or Sunday. I'll see you all Sunday at 12 p.m. And for everyone else, I'll see you. I'll see you Monday morning. Thank you guys so much, and have a great weekend, everybody. Later.
Kenny's mayonnaise is